Hola amigos, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Buenas tardes. El día de hoy vamos a continuar revisando las sesiones que tenemos en study.com para la preparación para la prueba TOEFL. Así que vamos a comenzar. Voy a compartir mi pantalla para ir revisando el contenido. Mientras tanto, yo también aquí vamos viendo. Voy monitoreando que se esté grabando bien. Ahora vamos a ver si se está grabando bien. Parece que sí. Ya voy a compartirles mi pantalla. Ok, vamos a apagar por aquí. Vamos a activar por aquí. Ya, perfecto, estoy por acá. Y vamos a compartir la pantalla. Listo, vamos acá a Course. Y nos habíamos quedado, estamos en la parte de Reading. Habíamos revisado todo esto. Ahorita voy a abrir el blog de notas también que tenemos. Nos quedamos aquí. Nos quedamos en Close Reading versus Big Picture Reading Strategies. Así que hoy vamos a hacer 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 y 12. Vamos a hacer el test. Para en el siguiente video empezar con estos de aquí también. Todavía nos falta bastante. Perfecto, entonces vamos a empezar. Ok, vamos a empezar. A ver, vamos a compartir aquí. Ya, perfecto, ahora sí, empecemos entonces. Vamos a empezar con la lección 7, Close Reading versus Big Picture. Así que iniciemos. Y vamos a abrir también el blog de notas que tenemos. Ok, para hacer un repaso muy veloz de lo que habíamos visto. Algo que habíamos visto, bueno, primero, los tipos de preguntas para la preparación, que es en la parte de reading, nos viene para completar palabras, una lectura relacionada a la vida diaria y un pasaje académico y un texto académico. Justo estamos ahorita en esta sección, en la sección de reading. Entonces, solamente para concentrarnos aquí, porque todavía no seguimos avanzando en los demás. El reading tiene 7 secciones, 7 tipos de actividades, 7 tipos de tareas, que es el Complete the Words, Vocabulary in Context, el Big Picture. Y como es aquí, bueno, Complete the Words, digamos que la actividad es muy clara, que es completar las palabras. En Vocabulary in Context es poder relacionar algunas palabras con un significado, unas palabras que sean en el texto con un significado. En Big Picture, poder entender las ideas principales. Las tareas de detail que entran en las actividades de read in daily life, read an academic discussion. Aquí el objetivo va a ser identificar hechos, definiciones, ejemplos. Acá, bueno, en Negative Statement Task, reconocer la información que no está en el texto. En Inference, generar conclusiones acerca de la información. Y Rhetorical Purpose, que es poder generar conclusiones acerca de por qué el autor incluyó cierta información. Entonces, lo que estuvimos viendo es esa parte de aquí que nos estaba brindando todas las lecciones anteriores, que es la actividad, ¿Cuál es la estrategia que debemos tomar? La guía que tenemos para tomar esa estrategia y las conclusiones. Por ejemplo, esta está relacionada a vocabulary in context. Claro, lo que nos dice es, the word misty most likely means, probablemente significa, vamos a poner esto por acá. Entonces aquí sí teníamos que buscar un significado que se relacione con la palabra misty que está aquí. Y algo que nos habíamos dado cuenta es que la estrategia es muy parecido en casi todas estas tareas que hemos visto, hemos visto la parte de vocabulary in context, hemos visto big picture, detail reading, que también es otra tarea que está acá, detail. Otra tarea que vimos también es inference y rhetorical, que también están acá. Inference y rhetorical. Entonces hemos visto esto. Perdón. El 6, el 7, el 4, el 3 y el 2. 6, 7, 4, 3, 2. Y algo que nos dimos cuenta en los videos anteriores es que la estrategia era muy parecida. Queda primero identificar la tarea. Identificar la tarea. Aquí, identificar la tarea. Identificar la tarea también aquí. Aquí también identificar la tarea. Luego viene la parte, una vez que ya sabemos cuál es la tarea, en este caso es localizar el vocabulario, el término que nos están preguntando, porque en este caso nos están preguntando por un término, y fue lo que hicimos, localizar el término MISTI. Para este caso, luego recolectar evidencia para poder seleccionar la respuesta o la opción más lógica de qué significa esto. Entonces, una estrategia era esa, ¿no? Identificar la tarea, localizar el término, recolectar evidencia y sobre eso escoger the best o the most logical choice. En Big Picture, muy parecido también. Recordemos, ¿no? Big Picture lo que nos va a evaluar es la habilidad para entender ideas principales. Entonces aquí también, identificar tarea. En este caso ya nos vamos a buscar localizar un término porque no vamos a averiguar el significado de un término o qué probablemente significa un término, sino como acá debemos entender las ideas principales. Acá vamos a empezar a buscar términos clave dentro del texto. Por ejemplo, aquí es el mismo ejemplo, el ejemplo de Car the Fog, de Car the Fog en San Francisco. De aquí, por ejemplo, dice, ¿no? The first sentence of a reading usually introduces the topic. San Francisco is famous for its fog. Key terms are also ones that appear multiple times, like fog. Fog appears many times. Key terms are also important words like cultural. Recolectamos evidencias aquí. 3 evidencias. Y luego seleccionamos la opción más lógica, más adecuada en base a toda la evidencia que hemos obtenido. Por ejemplo, acá, ahora vamos a leer. Although the passage is related to weather, it doesn't discuss summer versus winter. It also only discusses fog, not other weather patterns. There is no reference to driving conditions in the passage. The passage does discuss the origin of the name car for San Francisco's fog and the impact on tourism, social media, books, and art. The main focus of the passage is about the history and cultural meaning of Car the Fog, because it mentions the name's origin on social media and the reference on tourism, books, and more. Claro, ¿cómo llega a esto? Es porque dentro del texto hay párrafos que se encargan de mencionar eso, ¿no? Acá, detail reading, por ejemplo, la pregunta, acá cuál es la pregunta, no pegué la pregunta, pero en detail reading es, what causes the fog in San Francisco to form? Igual, la estrategia es lo mismo. Identificar la tarea, en este caso, la causa, localizar el detalle en texto y recolectar evidencia. Identificar, localizar, recolectar evidencia y escoger, en este caso, the closest choice. Y ok, muy parecido. En inference, the same. The question was, why was the card the fog? What was the card the fog account created? Why? Why was created? The same. Identificar la tarea, recolectar evidencia, seleccionar. Ese es la walkthrough, la guía. La guía para poder abordar esas preguntas. Entonces, para igual tenerlo en mente es identificar la tarea. En casos anteriores, identificar términos importantes, bueno, para vocabulario, identificar el término, identificar palabras clave, recolectar evidencia y seleccionar la respuesta más lógica. Y el último, rhetorical purpose. The question is, why does the author mention social media accounts? Así. Identificar la tarea, localizar el término, social media, como que dices, is referenced in paragraph 1, line 2 to 4. Recolectamos evidencia y seleccionamos respuesta más lógica. Como dice aquí también, rhetorical purpose are similar to inference tasks, but focus on language and expressions. The word authors choose and the ideas they decide to highlight are all intentional and have an impact on the text. Rhetorical purpose tasks push us to analyze the text and draw those conclusions using the evidence we find. Entonces, eso fue lo que vimos en los videos pasados, para resumir un poquito. Y ahora sí, igual siempre sin dejar de tomar notas, porque vamos a seguir tomando notas. Vamos a seguir tomando notas y vamos a continuar. Vamos a continuar con lo siguiente, con lo que sigue ahora. Entonces ya vimos esto: rhetorical, inference, detail, big picture, vocabulary, the strategy for each one. And now we will watch close reading and big picture reading strategies. Okay, let's start. Ok, let's start. Antes de ver el video, vamos a leer un poquito el contenido para ver que todo esté bien. Ok, perfecto. Vamos a entonces a revisar el contenido para ver que todo esté bien. Bueno, para entender un poquito. Instructor María. Vamos a voltear un poco esto de acá. Ya, espero que esto esté continuando bien. Ok, espero que sí, no haya ninguna falla. Creo que no. Déjame ver si se está grabando todavía el video. A ver, vamos a ver. No perder. Ya, sí, sí se está grabando. Veo que en la transmisión en vivo sí estamos bien. Ok, entonces vamos a empezar a ver. Instructor Maria Howard. Maria is a teacher and a learning specialist and has master's degrees in literature and education. Examining literature with close reading and big picture reading techniques. Examining literature with close reading and big picture reading techniques can aid in getting a firm grasp on understanding the text. Explore these two strategies and how they can be applied to many texts, including Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet. Okay. There are some words that I don't know what are their meaning, but we are looking in some minutes. Voy a buscar mejor ahora. Examining literature with close reading and big picture reading techniques can aid in getting a firm grasp. Yeah, I don't know what is firm grasp. Si ustedes chicos sí conocen la palabra, me lo comentan. Vamos a ingresar a Cambridge. Okay. Firm grasp. Vamos a ver si juntos. Creo que no hay significado. Ok. Grasp can aid in getting aid. Pollo days. Okay, aid. A piece of equipment that helps you to do something. It's like a noun, but like a verb. Oh, no, can aid. Puede, like, ayudar. Help in form of food, money, medical supply, and weapons that is given by a richer country. Okay. Can aid. Can't aid. To help. Okay. Help. Okay. So, examining literature with this reading techniques can help or can aid in getting a firm grasp. No, I don't know what's grasp. In getting a firm grasp on to quickly take something in your hands and hold it firmly. Take something in your hand and hold it firmly. Tomar. If you grasp an opportunity, you take it eagerly. And getting a firm grasp on understanding. Grasp is to understand. To holding the ability get chief keep understand grasp can help in getting a firm grasp on understanding text. A firm grasp. Nowadays with the AI also it can help us. And firm grasp means a strong, a clear understanding of a subject. A strong, firm grasp. check out firm grasp. Okay. Strong and understanding. Okay, explore these two strategies and how they can be applied to many texts, including Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Okay. Close reading and big picture reading. Remember that Sesame Street sketch where everyone's favorite Fuzzy Blue character, Grover, demonstrates the difference between the concept near and far. Grover runs close to the camera, arms flailing, and screams, "Near!" And then he runs far away from the camera, yelling, "Far!" Grover provides us with a good visual to represent what we will cover in this lesson. Big picture reading and close reading are two ways of looking at the world literature. At the work of literature. They use varying strategies to provide different kind of information about the text. One type approach to reading, big picture reading, is the far view. Seeing things from a distance allow us to make generalizations and see patterns and overarching themes we can use to describe a work of literature as a whole. Close reading is the near perspective. It's an up close look at literature, shining a light on the small choices made by the author. Including word choice, character actions, and symbolic objects. Just as Grover remains just as Grover remains regardless if he is near or far away. Looking at big picture and smaller details in a work of literature doesn't change what the novel, the poem, or play is about. We just focus on different things due to our perspective. Okay. Okay. Big picture, far, close reading, near, the text will be the same, but the information we will focus will be different due to the different perspective that we will have understanding the text. Okay, I don't know if maybe I can reproduce it. I can play it. Sorry.
Fall in love and die.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, volume. Acá también. Ok. Creo que voy a desactivar mi audio. Tengo que poner el escritorio, me parece. En la grabación lo veré. Voy a desactivar mi audio un ratito para ver que quede el audio del video únicamente.
Remember the Sesame Street sketch?
Sorry, I didn't hear really well. Okay, I think that now it's better.
Where everyone's favorite fuzzy blue character, Grover, demonstrates the difference between the concepts near and far. Grover runs close to the camera, arms flailing, and screams, "Near!" And then he runs far away from the camera, yelling, "Far!" Grover provides us with a good visual to represent what we will cover in this lesson. Big picture reading and close reading are two ways of looking at a work of literature. They use varying strategies to provide different kinds of information about a text. One type of approach to reading, big picture reading, is the far view. Seeing things from a distance allows us to make generalizations and see patterns and overarching themes we can use to describe a work of literature as a whole. Close reading is the near perspective. It's an up-close look at literature, shining a light on the small choices made by the author, including word choice, character actions, and symbolic objects. Just as Grover remains Grover, regardless if he is near or far away, looking at the big picture and the smaller details in a work of literature doesn't change what the novel, poem, or play is about. We just focus on different things due to our perspective. Close reading requires us to take a deeper look at the choices authors make at the word, sentence, and paragraph level. Readers must become detectives, investigating things like repeating sounds, word choices, and figurative language, and their effect on a text. Let's use the first few lines of Shakespeare's well-known tragedy, Romeo and Juliet, as a model for some close reading strategies. First, the text. Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona where we lay our scene. From ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. First, you may have noticed those two pairs of rhyming words, dignity, mutiny, and scene unclean. Close reading means noticing those end rhymes, but also making the connection to how meaningful those two pairs of words are to what we know is going to happen to Romeo and Juliet. The dignity of the two households of the Montagues and Capulets is about to give way to mutiny, as Romeo and Juliet decide to go against their families and cause even more of a beef between them. The rhyming pairs, seen, unclean, also foreshadows or hints at all the murder and death that is to come in the story. A close reading might also make note of the fact that plays are made up of scenes. Let's recount the specific strategies I used there. First, I noticed the rhyme scheme and the specific words used to make those rhymes. Then I thought about how those words were important to the story of Romeo and Juliet and made the connections very clear. Close reading is ultimately about taking note of small details and tying them back to what the work of literature is about. I could have also looked closely at the dialogue between two characters or what the description of a house in a novel might represent. Big picture reading strategies take a much wider view than close reading strategies. With big picture strategies, we take the poem, play, or novel as a whole, thinking about elements.
Yeah, solo quiero ver what is the meaning of overarching. Overarching. Overarch. What is that? Overarching themes, the most important because of including or affecting all the other areas. What is the pronunciation?
Overarching.
Overarching. It's a new word. The most important, the overarching, a grand overarching strategy. The overarching theme of the election campaign was tax cuts. The most important. That's great. It's a new word for me. Overarching. Okay, I think that, yeah, all of the video is here by um on a reading way. Okay, let's continue reading that. And don't forget to take notes. We won't forget to take notes. So let's start. The topic is about big picture reading and close reading. The versus close reading and big picture reading. Strategies. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Close. Oh, I think I can copy and paste. Close reading and big picture reading. Okay, let's continue. Okay, that's great. I will. Okay, close reading and big picture reading. Okay. The Sesame Sketch, Street Sketch. Yeah, I've never seen. I never watched it. The Sesame Street Sketch. Like Card Fog, I've never heard about it. But maybe there are information like Card the Fog, because when we look Card the Fog, San Francisco, we found a lot of information. And nowadays I'm following the Instagram account of Card the Fog, so I'm a new follower of it. And the Sesame Street Sketch, the Muppets. The funniest Sesame Street sketches. Here are my own uploads of Sesame Street. Yeah, I never. Well, I heard about it, but that's new. That's new. It's new for me. Oh, let me see. Well, let me see. Uh-huh. Okay. Where everyone's favorite fuzzy blue character, Grover, demonstrates the difference between concept near and far. Oh, it's a Muppet sketch. Oh, okay. That's great. The return of Sherlock Hemlock. Not home. Walk sign. Okay. Let's see, Doctor.
Walk. Don't walk. Okay, walk. Now don't walk. Wait.
Okay. I think that every some lessons give us new material to practice English. Let's look that.
11 customers.
Could we please get some help here?
Of course you can. Who was first?
I believe I was.
Well, wonderful. Then you must be second, and you must be third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th, 11th. 11 customers. Oop, and one more. That makes 12. Oh, this is the best job I ever had.
Sorry, folks. So sorry. Hey, sir.
Please, just want a tuna fish sandwich and a peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, coming right up. Okay, so sorry, folks. Sorry. Excuse me.
Yes, that's
one more. Oh, yes.
Oh, it doesn't look like I'll be getting my birdseed milkshake for a while. What should I do? What can I do with my wing in a sling?
Okay. It's very particular. Okay, we will check it. I'll check these videos after this live. Yeah, I will check it. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Yeah, we are here. Okay. There's another word that I'm not sure about it. I think that regard. I confuse this word with regret. Despite not being affected by something. The plan for a new office building went ahead, regardless of local. Despite of, a pesar de, regardless. Oh, okay. I confused with. I forgot the word. I think that it was rated with regret, but no. Just as Grover remains Grover regardless. Despite of, if he's near or far away. Okay. Looking at big picture and the smaller details in a work of literature doesn't change what a novel poem or play is about. We just focus on different things due to our perspective. Okay. Let us start with close reading strategies. Close reading requires us to take a deeper look at the choice authors make at the word, sentence, and paragraph level. We are gonna repeat. Close reading requires us to take a deeper look at the choices authors make at the word, sentence, and paragraph level. Readers must become detectives, investigating things like repeating sounds, word choice, and figurative language, and their effect on the text. Let's use the first few lines of Shakespeare's well-known tragedy, Romeo and Juliet, as a model for some close reading strategies. First, the text. Two households, both alike in dignity, In fair Verona, where we lay our scene, from ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. First, you may have noticed those two pairs of rhyming words: dignity, mutiny, sin, and clean. Close reading means noticing those end rhymes. But also making the connection to how meaningful those two pairs of words are to what we know. Are to what we know it's going to happen to Romeo and Juliet. Making the connection to how meaningful those two pairs of words are to what we know it's going to happen to Romeo and Juliet. The dignity of two households of Montagues and Capulets, it's about to give way to mutiny. And Romeo decide to go against their families and cause even more of a beef between them. The remaining pair is seen and clean also foreshadows or hints at all the murder and death that is to come the story. A close reading might also make note of the fact that plays are made up of sin. Let's recount the specific strategies I used there. First, I noticed during a scam and specific words used to make those rhymes. Then I thought about how those words were important to the story of Romeo and Juliet and made the connection very clear. Close reading is ultimately about taking note of small details and tying them back to what the work of literature is about. I could have also looked closely at the dialogue between two characters of what the description of a house in a novel might represent. Big picture. Big picture strategy reading strategies take a much wider view than close reading strategies. With big picture strategies, we take a poem, play, or a novel as a whole, thinking about elements that wind through the entire work. Ok, vamos a copiar eso primero. I don't know if the text or the text really have rhymes, but what? Maybe it can help us. How those words were important to the story. I think that could be important. Specific words make connections very clear. Okay. Okay, that is for close reading. Very big picture. Okay, case and big picture. One big picture strategy is to examine the author's overall message and how he or she delivers that message. For example, Shakespeare is obviously trying to say something about familiar grudges. What is grudges? Audio, strong feeling of anger, dislike. Okay, I see. Audio, brain core. Okay, grudge. Grudge, no? Yeah, grudge.
Grudge.
Grudge. Okay. For example, Shakespeare is obviously trying to say something about family grudges with Romeo and Juliet. All the miscommunications and misfortunes done before, all the miscommunications and misfortunes that before Romeo and Juliet and their families and are compounded into a full-blown tragedy. In the end, though, the two families are united in their grief. Another big picture strategy is to look at how the author handles a big question like fate versus free will. We learn within the first few minutes of the play how it will end when picture writes a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life. So it's his fate that they meet, fall in love, and die, or are romantically directly responsible for what happens to them. Like individual brush strokes, recurring small details add up to paint a larger picture. Shakespeare makes many references to fate throughout Romeo and Juliet, mention of stars, fate, and bad omens contribute to a larger approach of part of the playwright. In this way, the smaller examples taken from close reading can be used as evidence to develop a big picture view. For example, before attending the ball where he meets Juliet for the first time, Romeo predicts that some consequence yet hanging in the stars shall literally begin his fearful date. While Romeo and Juliet go around cursing the stars they were born under, they don't seem to take much responsibility for their choice to get married in secret. Okay, lesson summary. Big picture reading and close reading study are two ways of looking at the world of literature. Big picture reading studies focus on larger themes or recurring details like mention, fate, or free will. Close reading look at small details in a story, poem, or novel and how they connect to a larger story being told. Strong readers use both big picture and close reading strategies to examine literature for the author intent. Learning outcomes. After completing the lesson, you should be able to identify two major strategies can be used to examine literary works, recognize the purpose of close reading for small details, describe what big picture reading looks at in a text. Okay, we'll copy it. the picture. Examine the message. Look at how the author handles big questions like fate. Okay. What we will learn within the first few minutes of play. Handles a big question like fate versus free will. I think that's all. That's all. Okay, let's continue with the next. With the next lesson. What is the next lesson? It is retrieving information quickly, skimming and scanning. Okay, I think that I like it. Ok, solo voy a tomar una pequeña pausa de 2 minutos. 5 minutos. Son 6:31. Así que voy a tomar una pequeña pausa de 5 minutos para ir por un poco de agua. Vamos a hacer la transición a ver si funciona. Y sí, sí está funcionando. Perfecto. Así que regresamos en 5 minutos. Ya chicos, ahora sí, continuamos. Vamos a regresar. A ver, vamos a mover esto. Ya está, perfecto. Estamos aquí. Y vamos a continuar con la sesión que nos hemos quedado. Retrieve information quickly, skimming and scanning. Luego viene active reading, definition, strategies and example, constructing meaning with context clues, prior knowledge and word structure, informational text, feature structures and types, graphic organizers for reading comprehension, example and uses, at the end, practice chapter exam. Today, we're gonna take this practice chapter exam. It's our goal for today. So, let's start. And then, oh, we have the chapter 3. Oh, we have many to do. There are many lessons, many chapters to finish, but today we are going to finish the chapter number 2. Okay, let's start. Structure. Evie Roberts has thought. It's just a page media. Okay. Thanks, Roberts. Learn how to speed read. How to speed read to improve your test taking skills. Learn how to speed read to improve your test taking skills. In this lesson, you will practice skimming and scanning in short reading passages and discover strategies to improve comprehension and retention. I think it's really important because I don't retain really well some text. I need to read again to keep this information in my mind. So let's start learning these strategies. Okay, reading strategies. While practicing for the reading section of an exam, you should be aware of your time limitations. Aware. It's an important word. I know, but maybe for people who doesn't know, don't know, aware, knowing that something sticks, having knowledge or experience of particular. Um, no, okay. You should be aware of your time limitations. That's really important. Timed task bracket each section. Giving you anywhere from 15 minutes to an hour to read a passage and answer questions related to its content. To use your time wisely, let's take a look at some strategies you can use to maximize your time. Okay, what is okay? Okay, that sounds great. We're start taking notes. That is scanning, skimming, and scanning. Why? Oh, sorry. I'm gonna add it here. We know that it is this content. It's by style.com. It's not my content. Okay. Let's start. The first thing to remember when sitting down to take a test is that time management will be key to your success. Time management will be key to your success. When presented with lengthy passages, you may not have time to read every word. That's where skimming and scanning come in. Skimming and scanning reading passages enables you to quickly retrieve information from text. Something important. When presented with lengthy passages, length is like the adjective of length. How long? Okay. When presented with lengthy passages, you may not have time to read every word. That's where skimming and scanning come in. Skimming and scanning reading passages enables you to quickly retrieve information from text. A normal reading rate a normal reading rate is around 200 words per minute. Practiced skimmers can read over 700 words per minute. Okay. Before you begin, don't be afraid to go ahead. Don't be afraid to go ahead and pick up the questions below the reading passage. The question might indicate relevant keywords, ideas, or phrases that you will encounter in the reading passage. First, skim a passage to get a bird's eye view of its topic. Quickly review the text for the main idea. Pay attention to the title and headings. Read the first and the last sentence of every paragraph in order to gain context for material. Ask these four questions: why, what, when, and where. Next, okay, that is skim. First, to repeat, first, skim a passage to get a bird's-eye view of its topic. Quickly review the text for the main idea. Pay attention to the title and headings. Read the first and the last sentence of every paragraph in order to gain context for the material. Ask these four questions: why, what, when, and where. Next, go back and scan the passage to identify important information, keywords, and details. When scanning, you don't need to read every word. Pay attention to words that occur more than once. Bold and italicized words will also pop out. Other important information takes the form of dates, places, proper names, and technical terms. Finally, return to the passage for a second skim. This way you can connect the keywords and details from scanning with the general ideas you garnered in the first step. To sum up, in summary, skimming is for the preview and review. Scan to discover details. Okay. Observing the sky in Fragnoi, Morrison, and Wolf. Astronomy 2016. The birth modern astronomy, Copernicus. Okay. Okay, let's practice the pieces of advice that we have quoted. A scheme for preview. Scan to discover details. Then scheme again to review and relate ideas. Connect ideas. Okay. For a scheme, quickly review for the text for the main idea. Pay attention to title, headings, the first and last sentence. Okay. The birth of modern astronomy. The birth of modern astronomy, Copernicus. Important events. Displacement of Earth from the center of the universe, an intellectual revolution in slice by the Polish Nicholas Copernicus. Okay, only what is the, okay? Copernicus concluded that the Earth is a planet, that all the planets circle, and that all the planets circle the Sun. Only the Moon orbits Earth. Copernicus began with several assumptions that were common in his time. He presented a defense of heliocentric system that was elegant and persuasive. Copernicus argued that the apparent motion of the Sun about Earth during the course of a year could be represented equally well by a motion of Earth about the Sun. Copernicus answered that if such motion would tear Earth apart, the still faster motion of much larger celestial sphere required by geocentric hypothesis would even more devastating. Okay. Then okay, it's about Copernicus. I think that it's about a theory of that the Earth move and open circle Sun. Okay, move around it. He has assumptions. The course of a year. Okay. That is a scheme. Let's go and scan the passage to identify important information, keywords, and detail. When scanning, you don't need to read every word. Pay attention to what occur more than once. But how I know the words that occur more than once? I need to read all of it. Bold and italicized word will also pop out. Other information takes from dates, places. Okay, I'm gonna take some notes. Maybe here. Okay, let's start. Events of Renaissance. Ya, ok, estamos hablando de events of the Renaissance event was what? The displacement of Earth. Okay. training, his great contribution, his great was a critical reappraisal of existing theories. Copernicus concluded that the Earth is a planet and that all the planets circle the Sun. Only the Moon orbits Earth. Okay. Conclude. Okay, conclude. Earth is a planet, and all of them circle the Sun. Also, another contribution was the development of a sun-centered or heliocentric. I'm gonna put it. Heliocentric. Okay. Okay. Well, what is the image about? Mercury, Venus, the Earth, maybe it's here. Yeah, Terra, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Urano, Mercury. Okay, but okay. Copernicus, several assumptions must be made up of combination of uniform circle, okay? But he didn't assume had to be in the center, okay, of the universe. He presented a defense of heliocentric system that was elegant and personal, okay? Presented a defense. I don't know if it is important. Maybe no. Copernicus argued that the apparent motion of the sun about the earth during the course of a year could represent equally well by a motion of earth about the sun. He also reasoned that the apparent rotation of a celestial sphere could be explained by assuming that Earth rotates while the celestial sphere is stationary. The Earth could be explained by assuming that the Earth rotates while the celestial sphere is stationary. To the objection that if Earth rotated about an axis, it would fly into pieces, Copernicus answered that if such motion would tear Earth apart, the still faster motion of much larger celestial sphere required of the much larger celestial sphere required by so geocentric hypothesis would even more devastate. Copernicus okay, let us start with question. Copernicus great contribution. Okay. Copernicus great contribution to science was a critical reprisal of existing theories of planet motion. He developed a new sun-centered or heliocentrism model of the solar system. That is the early answer. And or heliocentric. Earth is a planet and all the planets circle the sound. I don't know. The answer is here. What key concepts is represented in the chart model by Nicholas Copernicus above? The key concept is that this is the sun, and all the planets circle the sun, like Mercury, Venus, the Earth, Mars. I don't know if it's Marte. But that is the answer. How? Okay. How did you do? Were you able to pick? Were you able to pick out the main ideas? Scan to find the main ideas. The title and headings indicate the main idea of the passage. As one of the fathers of modern astronomy, Copernicus introduced the heliocentric model. Okay, that's here of the universe. Did you remember to read the questions before? To read the question before sending to see if you could pick out the main idea. Notice that the answer to a question is plainly stated in the first and last sentence of each paragraph. Do you remember to read the questions before starting to see if you could pick out the main idea? But okay, I think it's important. But I was following. Okay, it's not mentioned there. Okay, it's important to skim, tie the headings, read questions before, charts and graphs, present information in pictures rather than words. Without having to look too closely at the information presented in the graph, one can quickly grasp its intention. You should be able to identify the sun circled at center. The sun on the third orbit. The visual composition of the heliocentric model indicates that the Earth and other planets in the solar system rotate around the sun. Next, scan for charts graph. Next, scan for keywords and detail. The passage is full of scientific terms and proper names and dates. Copernicus, Earth, motion. Did you? Yeah. Oh, I didn't notice. I didn't notice that, but he is about Copernicus, Earth, move. Yeah, I think that in an indirect way, maybe I catch it. Scan once again. Review the passage connecting keywords to the main idea. In each case, the heading indicates the key concept addressed in the paragraph. The author repeats several phrases such as celestial sphere and center of the universe. Now connect the center to all relevant keywords: planetary system, planetary motion, an heliocentric system, universe, sun. So practice makes perfect. The more you skim and scan, the easier it will become and better you will get. Yeah, I think that's important. How did you do? Okay. Okay. events. Oh, okay. I'm gonna highlight something, some words. Scheme the media first. Title and headings. Read the questions before. Charts and graph. Check the charts and graphs. Scan keywords and details. Keywords like Copernicus, it's here, Earth, heliocentric. Well, I don't know if heliocentric appear again, but Copernicus, yeah, Sun, Earth. Skin once again. Review, connecting the words to the media. The heading indicates a key concept addressed per. Okay. Lesson summary. The reading section of an exam tests your ability to identify and retrieve important information quickly from a textual passage. To use your time wisely, skim and scan the passage. You don't need to read every word, and in most cases, you won't be asked to analyze the information that has been presented. Speed reading strategies allow you to increase your reading strategies to up 700 words per minute. Yeah, I think it's very important. Thinking on the exam methods on a test. Okay, that's important. Okay, so we finish it and we will continue with the next lesson. So it is retrieving information, skimming, and scanning. What is the next about? Active reading definition, strategies, and example. Okay. We are nearest. There are only three more. Three more lessons to start with the practice chapter exam. Okay. Okay, let's start. Okay, let me see. Okay. Let's start. I'm gonna. Active read. We are gonna add to our notes the next lesson, active reading, definition, strategies, and examples. Oh, what happened? I think notes. Oh, okay. Maybe 28, I think. Yeah, let's see, that's good. Okay, I think it's good. let's start. Let's start with the video or what to play? Repeat. Okay. How much time is the video? Wait, okay. Okay, let's start with the video. Let's play the video. I'm gonna turn off my mic. My microphone. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off.
Active reading takes place when students are proactively involved in the reading.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna put in maybe to understand really well. Okay, I turn off. Okay, I will turn off. Okay.
Reading of a text. Active reading takes place when students are proactively involved in the reading of a text. Active reading is about more than reading words in black and white and answering questions afterwards. Student engagement is important in order to optimize learning. So, when you, as the teacher, get your students involved in what they're reading, they are more likely to better understand the meaning within the text. There are some common strategies that can be used to keep students engaged in the reading of the text. Highlighting. This will only work if you demonstrate proper highlighting techniques for your students. It is a pointless strategy if you're simply handing your students a highlighter and telling them to highlight the important information as they read. If students do not understand what important information looks like, they will likely highlight everything they come across as they are reading. For example, you may want to start by having students highlight the title of the selection, letting them know that the title gives the reader clues regarding what the story will be about. You may also want them to highlight important dates or words that are in bold or italics. This information may pop up if they have to answer questions about the reading. As students are highlighting, they'll have to pay close attention to the reading, thus remaining actively involved in the process. Read aloud, think aloud. As the teacher, you'll probably want to show your students how to do this so that you can be sure that they are using the strategy correctly. It may be beneficial for you to start with a series of short passages or articles, making sure that each student has his own copy. As you read aloud the passage, you will stop periodically to ask questions related to the story. For example, let's say you're reading an excerpt from The Three Little Pigs, specifically the part where one of the pigs has decided to build his house out of straw. You may ask aloud, why would he use straw instead of something sturdier? You are showing your students that you're not only reading the story, but are also actively involved in the reading. By thinking aloud throughout their reading, students are increasing their ability to comprehend the text. Making predictions. This strategy is used as the student is actively reading a text and can be used with long or short passages. When students are making predictions, they're guessing what will happen next in the story. For example, in the story of the three pigs, the wolf visits each of the pigs in an attempt to get into their homes. After the wolf visits the first pig's home and blows the house down, the teacher may ask students, what do you think will happen next when the wolf visits the next pig's home? The teacher is asking the students to make a prediction. As the students continue to read, they'll find out whether their prediction was correct. Questioning. In the language arts classroom, students should be encouraged to develop their critical thinking skills. This can be accomplished by having them ask questions as they read. Good readers are able to ask relevant questions as they are reading in order to check their understanding of the text. Teachers may have to model this skill by reading a story passage aloud and asking questions related to the reading. 1. What is the tone and mood of the story? 2. Why are certain characters important to the plot? And 3. Do you think the setting is as important as the characters? Clarifying. As students engage in questioning the text, they may need to clarify or clear up some of the questions that remain unanswered. Clarifying may involve students being able to answer the basic who, what, when, where, why, and how questions as they are reading. It may also require students to answer more higher-order questions that require them to be able to examine the text beyond the basics. Higher-order questions are those that may ask the students to analyze, create, describe, or evaluate specific parts of the story. A student's ability to answer these types of questions will require them to first be able to understand what they have read. Students may also need to reread portions of the text and restate them, or the teacher may need to guide students through the critical thinking process in order to help them develop the ability to clarify with accuracy. Summarizing. Another active reading strategy is having students summarize what they have read in order to check comprehension. Summarizing is when students put the content of the text into their own words. The summary should include key information from the text, but not be so long that it exceeds the length of the text. For example, a 5-sentence passage should not be summarized in 5 sentences. It defeats the purpose of the summary. A 5-sentence passage should require no more than 2 sentences and should be sufficient enough to allow the writer to explain the gist of the reading. Students often have difficulty with this strategy because they either leave out important information or their summaries are too long. Teachers will likely need to model this particular strategy so that students can become proficient with it. Let's review. Active reading allows students to remain engaged in the text by using strategies such as read aloud, think aloud, clarifying, summarizing, highlighting, and making predictions. By using these strategies, students will stay focused on what they're reading and increase their ability to comprehend the material.
Okay. Well, the video was interesting. Oh, what's happening? What's happening? No, 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 yet, no, yet, no, yet, no, yet, no, yet, no, yet. We are on. Where we are? Retrieve information. Yeah, we are here. Active reading definition. Okay, now we are here.
Active.
Okay. Oh well, the video was really has valuable information, strategies. Yeah, because well, I think especially when um, you are teaching to a group of students and you're and you and your class are reading a text. Some cases you can lose the attention of your student, and yeah, I think that there are some ways that teachers can use to, like I in the video mentioned, to engage the students, to keep the active reading, and also to notice that they are understanding the text. So I think it was valuable, valuable. Oh yeah, so let's read. Let's read the information that's here. The author is Amanda Knapp and Marcus Grant. Okay, let's start. Learn what active reading is, understand types of active reading strategies that develop student reading. See examples of strategies and structured participation. What is active reading? Active reading is a my microphone is okay, it's working. What is active reading? Active reading is a reading comprehension strategy that helps students or other readers to evaluate and remember key points in a text. Evaluate and remember. The more students are involved in the text and the reading process, the more they will improve their reading skills. The more students are involved in the text and the reading process, the more they will improve their reading skills. In addition to improving understanding of a text, active reading also makes reading time more efficient because students will gain more from the time spent reading. Yeah, active reading can also improve concentration because the student has something specific to focus on while reading. Active reading strategies. How to read actively. There are many active reading strategies. Each strategy has a specific purpose, but students can use these strategies in tandem. In tandem? What is tandem? In a way? What is tandem? Okay. But students can use these strategies in tandem to fully understand the text. Some active reading strategies include looking for the author's purpose, reading and thinking aloud, annotating, making prediction, chunking, questioning, clarifying, using reference, and summarizing. Active reading strategies are described below. Okay, let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. Oh, that's so good. Annotating. Annotating is a reading strategy often taught to students. During annotating, a student takes note. Oh, okay. For the definition. No, annotating. No, it's author's purpose to evaluate and remember key points in text. That's important. Okay. Start this first. Author's purpose. The author's purpose is their intent for writing a text. Their intent. Accurately identifying the author purpose is essential for students to analyze a piece of writing effectively. If students know why an author wrote a particular text, they can focus on important details and better retain key information. This strategy helps students evaluate the text. If students know the author's purpose, they can determine any biases that the author may have and consider how those biases affect the overall message of the text. Students can also determine if the author was able to achieve their purpose and potentially use the same strategies in their own writing. Okay, the author purpose. Writing a text. Triggering them for writing. Yeah. Tension. Okay. The next one is read and think aloud. Reading and think aloud occurs when a teacher reads a text aloud to students and verbalizes the thought processes that go through an active reader's mind when processing a text. This strategy slows reading down for students and model the cognitive process they should go through as they read. While reading and thinking aloud, a teacher may ask questions, provide background, summarize read specific excerpts, or even make connections. In short, this technique allows students to eavesdrop on the thoughts of an active reader. What is that? Eavesdrop. Eavesdrop. To listen someone's private conversation from close without them knowing. Okay. Espía. Okay. This strategy slows reading and model the cognitive processes they should go through as they read. Okay. Okay. Annotating. Annotating is a reading strategy often taught to students. During annotating, a student takes notes, typically within the text. However, students can also take notes using note cards, post-it notes, a notebook, or a computer. This active reading strategy slows readers down as they write out their thoughts or questions. It also gives students notes that they can refer back to in the future. Annotating makes reading more active because students must respond to the text in their own words, and this helps increase engagement with the text and increase understanding. Highlight is an annotation strategy whereby students highlight important sections or words in a passage. Teachers need to walk students through this strategy to help them identify which part of a text are significant. A teacher can start by instructing students to highlight titles, key dates, bullet terms. Highlighting also helps students actively read because they must question the text to determine which part are the most important. Okay, I think it's important. Annotate or annotate. Annotate. Okay. Make predictions. It's an excellent active reading strategy. Yeah, it's that the teacher can demonstrate during a read and think aloud. Students learn to read the title, look at the table of contents, look at the headings and graphic, and make prediction about what they will read about or how a story may proceed. I think that is important, and I do it in my English lessons at evening. My teachers, every reading part start with making prediction. Yeah, I think all all the all readings, I think. Predicting allows students to practice critical inferencing skills and focus as they read. It also helps keep them engaged because students must continue reading to discover if their predictions are accurate. Chunking. What is chunking? Is a strategy that requires a student to break a longer text into smaller pieces that they will summarize in their own words. Break into smaller pieces. Yeah. For this strategy helps students comprehend long, complex texts. For example, if a text requires students to analyze an argument, the chunking helps them focus on small elements. If a text requires students to analyze an argument, the chunking helps them focus on small elements. Then, summarizing helps them synthesize. Then summarizing helps them synthesize the information and check for understanding. Chunking also slows readers down because they work to understand one section before moving on to the next. Questioning. Active reader asks questions about their text, so questioning is another useful active reading strategy. Okay. Ask question for clarification, question to veracity or support for a claim. Ask question to discover more information. Asking good question in the first step, finding answers. Asking question is the first step in finding answers. The very act of asking question helps improve a student's critical thinking skills because it encourages them to examine a text closely. Critical thinking refers to objectively analyzing, evaluating, and judging an argument, concept, or idea. Okay. Make questions. Yeah. Make questions. Yeah. It's a good way to keep engaged the students. It also helps improve a student critical thinking skills. Oh, sorry. Clarification. Clarification refers to the active reading strategy whereby a student is asked to reread a portion of a text with fluency and understanding. Inexperienced readers may often be tempted to move on to new portions of a text before fully understand the one they just read. When a teacher asks clarifying questions, they are demonstrating the student how to do this. When a reader has internalized this step and has learned to clarify for themselves, the reader's comprehension will improve. It's asked to read a question of a for instance. Okay. Clarification. Also. Okay. A student is asked to reread a portion. Yeah, I think that is real. There are some parts that we usually we don't understand. Using reference. Let's continue with using reference. Okay, using reference. What is that? Okay, also. Okay. Students do not always want to be slowed down and use a dictionary or thesaurus. Want to be slowed down and use a dictionary of thesaurus. But this can be a crucial skill in active reading. Sometimes context clues alone are enough for a reader to figure out the meaning of a new word, but other times a dictionary can be quite helpful. When students go through the process of looking up a word and possibly writing down the definition, they are engaging more with that word and will better remember it. If this term is a key part of a text, this step will also reinforce that section. Okay. Yeah. When the students go through the process of looking at a word and possibly writing down the definition, yeah, they're engaging more with that word and will remember it. If this turn is a key part of it, this step will also reinforce that section. Yeah, I think that's good. A student not always going to be slow when you set the server, but it's going to be crucial skill. Yeah, summarizing. The last one. Yeah, I think using reference could be important because there are some words, for example, we learn about overarching. I remember another word that I eavesdrop. Listen, yeah. But if I try to give a definition of that word, yeah, I think that I will connect, my connection would be better that if only I look it on a dictionary. If I try to give a definition, then if I look it on the dictionary, and then if I try to connect this word, yeah, to reinforce that word with on making a sentence, maybe I think it I will remember better. I will better remember it. Yeah. And the last one, summarizing. Summarizing. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Summarizing is a critical strategy to develop good reading skills. Yeah. A good summary should include only the main ideas and crucial points of support. Students often either leave out important information or include too much information when they developing a summary. Students need to learn how to find the most important information in the text, the most important or the overarching information in the text, and they need examples of well written summaries. Summarizing is important to the reading process because it helps students consolidate what they have learned. It can also alert them to areas they didn't fully understand because those areas will be difficult for them to summarize. Yeah, yeah, I think that's totally true. if we can make a good summary. Yeah, it demonstrated we understand the text. I'm gonna copy it. Yeah, yeah. It will also alert. Okay. Okay, active reading examples. It is the last part. Oh, that is the. Oh, there are frequently asked questions. Okay. Okay. Active reading examples. Teachers play a crucial role in teaching students how to read actively, and most teachers use one or more of these active reading strategies in their classroom. The following example demonstrates how a teacher could use these strategies while reading the story of Cinderella with the students. Active reading strategy. How it can be used to teach Cinderella. Author's purpose. The teacher can begin by examining the author of a particular version to be read. A brief author history could be given, and the student could be asked about what biases the author may have, or why the author might have written this story. Reading and thinking aloud. The teacher may read the story aloud to student and have the student read the story aloud themselves. During this reading, the teacher may stop and ask, what may happen next? What could point they could point out new words and demonstrate looking them up in a dictionary. Annotated. A teacher may give each student a copy of the story and ask them all to highlight character names and key places. They may highlight important plot points. A student may also be encouraged to write short phrases of summary or to write out questions they have. Making predictions. Students may take what they know of Cinderella's story and make predictions about this particular telling may be similar or different from previous versions they have read. If they are unfamiliar with the story, they may try to predict what will happen to the stepsisters or whether the prince will marry Cinderella once he learns who she is. Chunking. A teacher may break the narrative up into smaller sections. Students can then be asked to write 2 or 3 sentence summaries of each section before moving on the next section. Questioning. A student might be asked to write questions that arise during the reading. The teacher may also ask their questions out loud. Questions could be formulated about the characters, motivations, whether the story is realistic, how the children may react to the story, or whether the prince should have been forced to marry in the first place. Clarifying. A teacher may ask students clarifying questions throughout a reading. Students could be expected to answer the questions out loud or write them out. Using reference. Could you reference to find the meaning of unfamiliar words? They may keep a list of words and their definition, and they may also use reference to learn the background of the story or the author. Active after finishing the summarizing after finishing the active reading process, students could be asked to summarize the key points. Again, the teacher may need to instruct the students on how to determine what is important and what is extra. They may encourage the students to focus on key characters, the setting, and the most pivotal plot point. There are many strategies. Lesson summary. Active reading is a comprehension strategy that helps readers understand a text and think more critically about it. These strategies don't come automatically to new readers, so teachers must help students through the process. The active view of reading is important because it encompasses techniques that help students develop critical thinking skills. Critical thinking refers to objectively questioning, analyzing, evaluating, and judging an argument, concept, or idea. Some examples of these reading techniques include questioning and predicting. Predicting is when students try to guess what will happen in a story or a text. Summarizing is another important skill in which a writer identifies the most crucial information. Students can also be asked to clarify whereby they reread or restate parts of the text to develop their understanding of what is written. One way a teacher may develop comprehension is by employing the read and think aloud strategy. What are examples? Active reading occurs when a reader does more than just consume words. Active readers some who question a text, summarize, tries to determine. How do you use active reading? Readers can employ multiple active reading techniques. Once they can do is by annotating, can write on a page and ask questions. They can also highlight. Okay, that's great. So we will continue to informational text, feature, structure, and types. Well, all of these strategies are here. So, vamos a tomar una pausa, chicos. 2 horas y 12 minutos. Vamos a tomar una pausa, creo que de 20 minutos. Pues ya solo nos falta. Ah, no, estamos acá. Constructing meaning with context clues. Ok. Nos falta este, nos falta este y nos falta este. Pero hoy terminamos, sí o sí. Así que vamos a tomar una pausa unos 20-25 minutos para continuar y llegar hasta el Practice Chapter Exam. Ok, entonces voy a poner acá la pantalla de pausa. Creo que sí se está escuchando. Sí, perfecto. Así que regresamos en unos minutos para poder continuar. Voy a mutearme. Regresamos en unos 25 minutos. Ok, chicos, ahora sí vamos a continuar. Vamos a continuar. Ya regresé de almorzar. De cenar, perdón. Y que vamos a continuar ahora. Ok. A ver, solo un segundo. Ya, chicos, a ver, entonces vamos a continuar. Ok, vamos a continuar con las últimas clases que nos faltan, que es Constructing Meaning with Context Clues, Prior Knowledge, and Word Structure, Information Text, Graphic Organizer for Reading Comprehension, and the last part is Practice Chapter Exam. Okay. Let's start watching the video. It's a short lesson, so let's start. I'm gonna activate the the system. Okay, I'm gonna zoom it out, maybe. Okay, I think it's good. Okay, let's start.
Reading requires a lot from our brains. We decode out each word, put those words together into sentences and paragraphs, and hold all of the information in our working memory as we go. There's another aspect of reading we do without thinking much about it: activating our prior knowledge. Prior knowledge is the information we carry around with us and all the previous experiences we call up in reading. For example, when we read a book about sea turtles, we recall everything we already know about the subject of turtles and related topics like the ocean and reptiles. Prior knowledge gives us a foundation to build upon. So when we read about a broad topic, like U.S. current events, we don't have to start all over again from the beginning. Just as knowing a bit about each U.S. state helps you to understand a national newspaper, it helps if you already know what a turtle is and what they look like when reading about sea turtles. When we read a novel, we make connections to what we already know, including connections to other works of literature. Through different reading experiences, we develop expectations of specific genres, say mystery or romance novels, and we start to recognize the literary conventions authors use. Prior knowledge is also particularly helpful when reading historical fiction, where knowing even a little bit about the past can assist you as a reader. Think about how our understanding of the history of slavery in the southern United States could aid our understanding of books like Mark Twain's The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Toni Morrison's Beloved, and Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind, all of which deal with slavery and slavery's legacy, very different perspectives. When faced with a word we don't know, especially when reading, we often use the context in which the word is used to determine its meaning. Take, for example, this quote from The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. "The widow Douglas took me for her son, and allowed she would civilize me. but it was rough living in the house all the time, considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in her ways. And so when I couldn't stand it no longer, I lit out. You might not have recognized the word civilized by sight, but if you read it aloud, you might notice that it sounds like civilized, which matches the widow Douglas's plans for Huck. If you didn't know what the word dismal meant, you could look at the rest of the sentence. Rough living, couldn't stand it any longer, and no, dismal wasn't a good thing. Context clues provide readers with enough information that they can infer or make an educated guess about the meaning of a word. Often context clues mean we don't have to check an online dictionary or other reference material, allowing us to continue reading with less disruption. Here's another example from the novel The Golden Notebook by British writer Doris Lessing. I don't think I really saw people then, except as appendages to my needs. If you didn't know what appendages meant, you could use the context clues in the rest of the sentence to figure it out. The speaker says she wasn't able to see people except for how they could serve her needs, making an appendage something that is secondary to a primary object. In addition to drawing on prior knowledge and using context clues, we also use our knowledge of word structure to aid us when reading. Word structure describes how words are formed and can be broken down into component parts. A word like disenchanted can be broken down into smaller parts. First, there's a root word, enchant, which you might know as meaning either to delight or to put under a spell. The prefix dis has a negative or opposite effect on a word, so the result is the opposite, neither enchanting nor delightful. Finally, the suffix or ending ed changes the word to the past tense. We can employ our knowledge of words and word parts to figure out the meaning of unfamiliar words. Here's another example. Ancient Greeks believed in a geocentric universe. Take the word geocentric. You might recognize the root geo from other words like geography, geology, and geode. As you probably already know, geography is both the charting of land and the class in school where you study maps. In fact, the root geo comes from the Greek for earth description. Geocentric also contains another familiar root, center, which we've seen before in words like center, central, and even the baseball position center field. So we can infer geocentric has something to do with the center of the earth, or the earth being the center of something. Depending on the context of the sentence, we can likely figure out which definition is correct. Since the sentence discusses a geocentric universe, we can assume that the ancient Greeks believed that the earth was at the center of the universe. Prior knowledge, context clues, and word structure are all ways to support our understanding when we read. Prior knowledge consists of all of the collective experiences and know-how we bring to the table when we read, including everything we've previously read and studied. We use context clues, or the information surrounding an unfamiliar word or phrase, to determine its meaning. Word structure describes how words can be broken into parts, like word roots, prefixes, and suffixes.
Ok, perfecto. Entonces, okay, we are here. Let's read let's read the all of that. Maybe it's all information that we watched on the video, but let's read. Okay, there are reading strategies for constructing meaning. That is constructing meaning, context, prior knowledge, or word and word structure. Oh, sorry, I think that. Okay. Okay. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. This is a new theme, a new topic. Okay, let's start. Let's start. I think this. Okay, that's good. Okay. Constructing meaning with context clues, prior knowledge, and structure word structure. Okay. There are reading strategies for constructing meaning in literature. Learn to use prior knowledge to understand content. Learn to use prior knowledge to understand content. Employ context clues to determine words definition and explain word structure and how it helps to comprehend unfamiliar word. Prior knowledge. Reading requires a lot from our brains. We decode out each word, put those words together into sentences and paragraphs, and hold all the information in our working memory as we go. There is another aspect of reading we do without thinking much about it. There is another aspect of reading we do without thinking much about it, activating our prior knowledge. Prior knowledge is the information we carry around with us and all the previous experiences we call up when reading. For example, when we read a book about sea turtles, we recall everything we already know about the subject of turtles and related topics like ocean and reptiles. Prior knowledge gives us a foundation to build upon. So when we read about a broad topic like US current events, we don't have to start all over again from the beginning. Just as knowing a bit about each state helps you to understand a national newspaper. It helps if you already know what a turtle is and what they look like when reading about sea turtles. When we read a novel, we make connections to what we already know, including connections to other works of literature. Through different reading experiences, we develop expectations of specific genres, say mystery or romance novels, and start to recognize the literary conventions author use. Prior knowledge is also particularly helpful when reading historical fiction, where knowing even a little bit about the past can assist you as a reader. Think about think about how our understanding of the history of slavery in the southern United States could help our understanding of books like Mark Twain, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, Toni Morrison's beloved. And Margaret Mitchell's Gone with the Wind, all of which deal with slavery, the slavery's legacy, through very different perspectives. Context clues. When faced with a word we don't know, especially when reading, we often use the context in which the word is used to determine its meaning. Take, for example, this quote from The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn by Mark Twain. The widow Douglas, she took me for her son, and allowed she would civilize me, but it was rough living in the house all the time. Considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widow was in all her ways, and so when I couldn't stand it no longer, I laid out. You might have immediately recognized the word civilized by sight, but if you read it aloud, you might notice that it sounds like civilized, which matches with Douglas Widow Douglas' plans for Hack. If you didn't know that the word dismal meant, you could look at the rest of the sentence. Dismal. Where is dismal? Where is dismal? But it was rough living in the house all the time, considering how dismal, regular, and decent the widows was in all her ways. You can look at the rest of the sentence. Rough living could stand it any longer, and now dismal wasn't a good thing. Context clue. Context clues provide readers with enough information that they can infer or make an educated guess about the meaning of word. Often, context clues mean we don't have to check an online dictionary or other reference material, allowing us to continue reading with less disruption. Here is another example from the novel The Golden Notebook by British writer Doris Lessing. I don't think I really saw people then, except as appendages to my needs. If you didn't know what appendages meant, you could use the context clues in the rest of the sentence to figure it out. The speaker says she wasn't able to see people. I really saw people. Except for how they could serve her needs, making an appendage something that is secondary to a primary object. Word structure. In addition to drawing on prior knowledge and using context clues, we also use our knowledge of word structure to help us to aid us when reading. Word structure describes how words are formed and can be broken down into component parts. A word like disenchanted can be broken down into smaller parts. First, there is the root word enchant, which you might know as meaning either to delight or to put under a spell. The prefix reread. I'm gonna reread. A word like disenchanted can be broken into smaller parts. First, there is the root enchant, the root word enchant, which you might know as meaning either to delight or to put under spell. The prefix "dis" has a negative or opposite effect on a word, so the result is the opposite, neither enchanting nor delightful. Finally, the suffix or ending "ed" change the word to the past tense. We can employ our knowledge of words and word parts to figure out the meaning of unfamiliar words. Here is another example. Ancient Greeks believed in a geocentric universe. Take the word geocentric. You might recognize the root geo from other words like geography, geology, and geode. As you probably already know, geography is both the charting of land and the class in school where you study maps. In fact, the root geo comes from the Greek for earth description. Geocentric also contains familiar root center, which we've seen before in words like center, central, and even the baseball position like center field. So we can infer geocentric has something to do with the center of the earth being the center of the earth or the earth being the center of something. Depending on the context of the sentence, we can likely figure out which definition is correct. Since the sentence discusses a geocentric universe, we can assume that the ancient Greeks believed that the earth was at the center of the universe. Okay, lesson summary. Prior knowledge, context clues, and word structure are all ways to support our understanding when we read. Prior knowledge consists of all of the collective experience and know-how we bring to the table when we read, including everything we have previously read and studied. Read and studied. We use context clues or the information surrounding an unfamiliar word or phrase to determine its meaning. And word structure describe how words can be broken into parts like word rows, prefixes, and suffixes. We are going to add it. And this is a lesson summary. Word that these strategies, close and big picture. Yeah, there are strategies. So okay, let's continue. Oh, we are in informational text, feature structure, and types. Okay. Okay. Oh, there is. Okay. Let's play the video. Informational text, feature structure, structures, and types. Okay. Only 1 second. Seconds. Let me see that. I think this is the first video that have that has a long duration. Yeah, it is the first, so I'm checking that. Oh yeah, it's working. It's working. Yeah, I'm checking on my phone that if it's working or no. So it's working. Good. I'm gonna give a like. Okay, that's a like. And I'm gonna test. I'm gonna if the chat if I send a message. Hello. Good. Practice. Oh, let me see. Oh yeah, it appears. It appears here. For example, I can fix. I can set it here, and I can. Okay, I can't. Okay, I can. Oh, what is that? Okay. Oh no, that's not. That's not. Oh, I don't know what's what. Oh, what? Oh, sorry. I lost that chat. Oh, I lost. I've. Where is the chat part? The chat section. I don't know what is that. Okay, well, let's continue. I don't know where is that chat section. Maybe it's here. No, it's not here. It's not here. Oh no, I don't know. I don't know where is it. Oh, it's here. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Okay. So it could. Yeah, I'm sending them the message to myself, but it's great. That is, so I can interact. But I'm gonna put the section part here. It's here. Okay, let's continue with informational text. I'm gonna copy it to my OneNote. Okay, it's here. Ok, está aquí. Entonces vamos a continuar. Y veo que el micrófono está funcionando muy bien, así que es algo que me agrada muchísimo que el audio se esté escuchando muy bien. Así que voy a mutearme ahora para poder ver el video y luego vamos acá. Vamos aquí a ver qué información nos traen para hoy, para esta clase. Así que, okay, let's start. I'm gonna turn off my microphone.
How do authors communicate information? Without a few helpful techniques, nonfiction writing could be as overwhelming and monotonous as a phone book, or the list of classified ads at the end of a newspaper. Boring. First things first, what is informational text? An informational text is a nonfiction text that's meant to inform, explain, or teach the reader about something. In school, you use many different types of informational texts, including the following: textbooks, encyclopedias, dictionaries, and journals or other publications. Authors of informational texts use a number of different organizational features and structures to help you better understand what you're about to read. Let's take a look at those now. Organizational features are ways for an author to break up a text so information is easier to find and read. One of the most common organizational features found in an informational text is the heading. Headings appear at the top of major sections and give the reader an idea of what to expect. If you look at the top of your video viewer, you'll see that the section you're watching has the heading Organizational Features. As you can see, the heading tells you exactly what the information in the section is about. Underneath headings, you may also find subheadings that give you clues about parts of the larger section. Both headings and subheadings are usually indicated by a different style or font than the rest of the text. These differences may be from a different font size, or if the text is bold, underlined, or italicized. Bold, underlined, or italicized fonts may also be used to highlight key words, phrases, or quotes for the reader. In addition to organizational features, authors can also organize the information using different text structures. Informational texts usually use one of 5 different text structures: compare-contrast, sequential, cause-effect, descriptive, and problem-solution. In many instances, you'll find that informational texts use more than one type of text structure at the same time. Let's go over these structures in more detail. 1. Compare-contrast. Compare-contrast text structure highlights the similarities and differences between 2 or more things. Authors can use this structure to compare 2 or more things in a single paragraph. They can also dedicate entire paragraphs and even sections to a single point of comparison. For example, a literature essay might compare and contrast plot developments in Shakespeare's Hamlet to that of the movie The Lion King. Both have a proud king killed by accident, supposedly, by the evil brother, and after some time, the prince returns to reveal the truth after having ghostly visions. 2. Sequential. Sequential text structure is used to organize information chronologically, with chronologically meaning in the order that events happened. It can also be used to explain steps in a process. Sequential text structure is especially helpful in social studies and science. Imagine learning about historical events like the conquest of America, or reading steps in a scientific experiment out of order. That would be very confusing. 3. Cause-effect. Cause-effect text structure shows the relationship between an event or action and the events that happened after it. To determine if a structure is cause-effect, it has to meet 2 criteria. The causal event has to happen before the effect event, and the effect event could not have happened without the causal event. This structure is often seen in expository or persuasive writing. For example, an article might outline the transmission of the HIV virus and the effects of its spread in a region, or it could be to explain a set of rules, like forbidding cell phone use in class because they distract the students, who then get docked points for participation and usually don't understand the material because of their lack of focus. 4. Descriptive. Descriptive text structure focuses on explaining or discussing a specific topic. Authors often use descriptive text structure along with another type of text structure. For example, descriptive structure might be used to explain the people or events in a sequential text structure, like describing the setting of Rome, the dress, and the overall roles of the people in discussing the events of Julius Caesar. 5. Problem solution. Problem solution text structure is pretty self-explanatory. This structure explains a problem or an issue and then describes various ways to go about fixing that problem. For example, a climatology journal might describe the nature of climate change, then outline possible ways to curb it. All right, let's take a moment to review what we've learned about organizational features in an informational text, which we learned is a nonfiction text that's meant to inform, explain, or teach the reader about something. Authors use various organizational features, which are ways for an author to break up a text so information is easier to find and read, as well as text structures to make information more accessible to the reader. Organizational features include headings and subheadings that explain to the reader about what they're about to read, with headings being at the top and subheadings being beneath the headings. Both headings and subheadings are indicated by different fonts than the rest of the text. Bold, italicized, and underlined text is also used to highlight certain information for the reader. Authors also use different text structures to organize their information. Common text structures include compare-contrast, which highlights the similarities and differences between two or more things. Sequential, which is used to organize information chronologically, with chronologically meaning in the order that events happened. Cause-effect, which shows the relationship between an event or action and the events that happened after it. Descriptive, which focuses on explaining or discussing a specific topic. And finally, problem solution, which explains a problem or an issue and then describes various ways to go about fixing that problem.
Okay. That was the video about informational text, feature, structures, and types. Yeah, we're gonna read it. I think there is more information here. Yeah, let's start. Learn about informational text structures. Study several text structure examples to better understand the different types of text structures and their purpose. What are informational texts? Writers have many different reasons for writing. For some, their purpose is to entertain with thrilling stories. For others, their purpose is to teach the reader about the subject. How a writer chooses to organize their text, its structure, helps the reader determine its purpose. An informational text is one that falls under a broader term of non-fiction. Its purpose is to inform the reader by providing information about a subject, defining something, or explaining a topic. Informational texts don't use story elements like character and settings. Instead, they use special features like headings and a specific organizational structure to present information in a way that best helps a reader learn. Informational texts show up in many places. There are the informational manuals that come with new appliances, the newspaper in a local coffee shop, or the scientific magazine in a waiting room. Many of them appear online as news articles and government resource sites, but most informational texts appear in schools. They are textbooks, encyclopedias, reference books, and scholarly journals that students use every day. While it is important to understand what information texts are, it's equally important to know what they are not. Example of non-informative texts. Stories or writing with character, flash fiction, procedural or how-to text. Biographies. Informative text purpose. As stated, the purpose of informative texts is to educate the reader. Further, the function of this type of writing is to inform, define, and explain. These goals can be reached by providing detailed and factual information about a topic, carefully organizing details and providing examples that clarify a topic, use logical and well thought out arguments to support topics, utilize appropriate and effective analogies that facilitate the learning of the topic. Informative text features. To accomplish the main purpose of informative texts, writers will include a number of features within a text to help organize information and make it easier to find within the text. These informative text features can be organized into four broad categories: print features, organizational aids, graphic aids, and illustration. Print features: the title, table of contents, the index, the appendix, the preface. Title provides publishing and copyright information and confirms the title. Table of content lists in order and organizes the key topics of a book. Index, located at the back of the book, it lists in alphabetical order the topics of a book. Appendix provides provides additional information not covered in detail within the text. Oh, that's great. Additional information not covered. And preface, an introductory message about the book written by the author. Organizational aids, headings, subheadings, titles, bold print, bullets, captions, and labels. Graphic aids, diagrams, help the reader understand either a more detailed or simplified version of information. Graphs show the relationship between two elements. Charts, tables summarize, compare, and contrast information. Figures, text, and graphing aids are combined. Illustration, photos, drawings, magnifications. there are types. What are text structures? A text structure is the specific way a writer organize their writing. When discussing informational text, there are 5 types of text structure. We've heard about them. Before a writer decides which structure to use, they need to examine their topic, their audience, and the purpose for writing. When a writer chooses to write informative text, their purpose is clear: to inform. Their audience is reading to learn, and depending on the topic, they must choose which structure best presents the information to make learning easiest. For example, a writer would choose a sequential structure when writing about historic event. The 5 types of text structure do share a few characteristics. Their main function is to present information, so each does so differently. A text written in sequence will present information in time order, while a descriptive structure will use sections to organize text into main ideas. Secondly, all 5 structures will include multiple informative text features like headings, bold print, or diagrams. Finally, the information presented in each type of text structure will be factual. After all, the purpose of informative text is to educate. Types. We have heard about compare, sequential, to order the information chronologically in a chain, links, arguments in a chain, to highlight similarities and difference, focus is on an event or occurrence, present the cause and then the effect. Descriptive text structure. For this type of structure, information is explained in great detail. Problem solution. The writer describes a problem, then the possible solution to it. They may include pros and cons. A twist on the idea can be a question and answer format, where the writer poses a question and then a number of answers. Lesson summary. The purpose of an informational text is to inform the reading by providing information about subject, defining something, or explaining a topic. It's not a story or writing that includes characters, like flash fiction or biographies. Rather, it's a writing whose goal is to educate. Informative text features include the 4 categories: print, organizational, graphic, and illustration. There are 5 text structure. I think the lesson it's important. It's about that summary. It's a good summary. There's a lot of information. Okay, what are 5 formation of text? Okay. Contrast, sequence, cause and effect, descriptive, and problem and solution. Yeah, the purpose is to educate, to inform. Problem and offering multiple solutions. Okay, let's go with the next lesson. This is the last one, I think. It is, yeah, it is the last one before practicing. Graphic organizers. Oh. I remember that I did something of it on a reading that I have. I don't know if in an intermediate level. I remember to make that I've made a Venn diagram. Corner notes. Well, I'm gonna go for a cup of water. And then I will return. It will take me only 3 minutes. Then I will return to finish this last lesson and start the practice chapter exam. Yeah. Then tomorrow we will continue to chapter 3, maybe 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah, we can do this. Yeah, we can do 3, 4, 5, and Tuesday we can do the other half and do the practice chapter. Like, yeah. So, oh, yeah. I think that we can do it. I'm totally sure that we can finish all of these chapters. Yeah. Yeah. Well, let's go for a cup of water. So I will return in 3 minutes. I will return 3 minutes. Ok, chicos, vamos a continuar. Ahora vamos a poner esto por acá. Ok, ahora sí, ya estamos. Vamos a ir por nuestra última lección para acabar el capítulo 2. Ha sido un buen logro. Así que ya estamos a nada de terminar. Entramos al Practice Chapter Exam, que lo vamos a hacer en esta transmisión. Yo creo que voy a crear una transmisión solamente para eso, para el Practice Chapter Exam. Por esa transmisión se está volviendo muy extensa, 4 horas prácticamente. 4 horas, empezó a las 6. Más o menos. Bueno, si en algún momento lo veo, me dejan acá un comentario para... Sé que es bastante contenido. Es parte del curso que brinda o que se puede adquirir para la preparación de TOEFL, así que vamos a estudiarlo, sacarle provecho, que todo eso nos puede ayudar para dar, o nos va a ayudar a dar una prueba TOEFL muchísimo más precisa, con más técnicas, con más estrategias a la mano para hacerlo bien, y también como una parte lo mencionará, ¿no? Para gestionar bien el tiempo, que es tan importante en un examen como este. Okay, let's start. Let's start. Graphic organizers for reading comprehension, example and uses. Gonna add this note. I think it's good. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay. All of our notes. Okay. I think maybe all of the explanation that we will find on the video, it's right in here, but well, let's check. Google Song, maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna keep. Okay. Let's start. I'm gonna check that my microphone is good. Okay, all is good.
We all process and organize information differently. But how did we learn that process? Well, it took time, care, and a scaffolded approach. For example, would you have chosen War and Peace for your first grade book report? When students are learning how to read, it's important to provide them with strategies for organizing what they're reading and how they're processing the material. Graphic organizers are an excellent tool to help students of all ages organize information from a text and assess its deeper meaning. Graphic organizers use different types of visual patterns and shapes to organize the main events, plot, characters, and other information from a book or story. Let's take a look at some examples. No matter what grade we teach, ensuring students understand the basic plot points of a text is key. Without this foundation, students cannot move on to characterization or higher-level analysis. For younger readers, a sequence of events chart is an effective way to help students organize the chronological information in a text. You can create a chart template that includes boxes with room to write about each event. An event map is another tool that focuses on one event, such as a major conflict. The chart asks students to follow the 5W plus H model of thought: who, what, when, where, why, and how. To set up an event map, draw one circle in the middle titled Event. Then surround the middle circle with boxes labeled What happened, How did it happen, and When did it happen, among other questions. This chart can help students get to the next level of analysis, which is the plot diagram. A plot diagram is a tool whereby students organize the main events by category, along with analyzing conflict and characterization. It encourages students to not only identify the main points of a text, but also understand how the action and conflict fit into the story as a whole. Basic plot diagram charts can include exposition, rising action, climax, falling action, and resolution. They can also include information about setting, conflict, and theme. When teaching students to analyze characters, start with a simple approach. For example, younger students typically read stories with minimal characters and minimal character development. Depending on the selected text, a family tree is an effective way to help students connect a book's characters to their own lives. This type of organizer can also help when it comes to reading Greek tragedies, with complicated family lineages and Shakespearean plays. When analyzing characters with younger students, ask them to draw the characters or give them a picture of a boy or girl and provide them with some direction regarding which parts of the body represent which idea. For example, you can use the area of the heart to indicate emotions, hands to represent actions, a head to symbolize thought, and a face to show physical characteristics. No matter how you format this character sketch, the goal is to encourage students to read closely and analyze the character. As students get older, use close reading techniques when working on inference skills related to characterization. In dialectical journals, students select quotes that say something about a character, provide the context, and infer how a character is feeling based on implication. While writing about character differences is important, younger students will need a more visual approach. Venn diagrams are an excellent tool for mastering concepts, such as individual characteristics versus contrasting characteristics. Using a Venn diagram, students can compare two characters or analyze one in relation to a concept. For example, when students read the Odyssey and work through the epic hero cycle, place Odysseus on one side of the diagram and the epic hero on the other side, and have students analyze if Odysseus fits the model. As students get older, graphic organizers still have a place in higher-level analysis. For example, the following journal and organizer would be appropriate in middle and high school classrooms. In Cornell Notes and double-entry journals, the two-column journals focus on text analysis. Some versions are set up with page numbers and quotes on one side and analysis on the other. Other versions focus on higher-level thinking. For example, when working with a passage or quote from a text or poem, one side of the chart can represent literal thinking, and the other side can represent figurative or symbolic meaning. Then, teach students how to synthesize theme in a thematic statement at the bottom of the chart. Once students get to the high school level, it's important that they learn to read for thematic ideas. Set up a thematic organizer into several columns. Start with character, conflict, resolution, and a thematic idea. After students have completed the chart, have them create thematic statements for the entire novel at the bottom of the page. Let's review. Graphic organizers use different types of visual patterns and shapes to organize the main events, plots, characters, and other information from a book or story. Examples include a sequence of events chart to organize the chronological information in a text, an event map, which focuses on one event and then follows the 5W plus H model of thought: who, what, when, where, why, and how. A plot diagram, whereby students organize the main events by category, along with analyzing conflict and characterization. A family tree, which can be used to organize family lineages and relationships. A character sketch, whereby parts of the body represent different ideas. A Venn diagram, which compares two characters or analyzes one in relation to a concept. Cornell Notes and double-entry journals, which consist of two-column journals focusing on text analysis or higher-level thinking, figurative versus literal. And a thematic organizer, or a chart with several columns titled Character, Conflict, Resolution, and Thematic Idea.
Okay, I I hope that all of this information can help us at the moment we are reading a text. Maybe, yeah. I watched a recommendation that a teacher who has taken the TOEFL test, and she mentioned that she take notes on a whiteboard, um, and it was helpful for her. So maybe it's important. Well, I think it's important to learn, not only for the test. I think that like it happens with my English lessons at Hypno. It's not always that the knowledge go more than only or are think, or you can use it out of your learning process of English. You can use it in many kinds, in many fields. Um, I will use this kind of graphic organizers when I will record not videos focus um, on the TOEFL test. I will record another videos on focus on analytics, and in this kind of videos I will try to use this kind of organizers, or the best way that I I find I will find to understand, to have an active learning um, of these topics. So I think learn all of it are important. Okay, let's read. It's short, so we can read it. We can read it. So let's start. Thanks, Barbara and Jennifer, for the topic. Explore graphic organizers for reading comprehension. Learn how each graphic organizer for reading address plots, characters, or major themes in texts. Graphic organizers for reading comprehension. Not all people learn and remember information the same way. Researchers have discovered four main learning styles among children and adults alike. First, auditory learning involves learning through hearing. Kinesthetic learning focuses on hands-on projects, while visual learning retain information best through seeing. The last learning style is reading and writing. So reading and writing are foundational to today's educational methods and how information is shared. More than 60% of students are visual learners. Yeah, for example, I think that I'm a kinesthetic learner. Yeah, I think that I'm learn. Yeah, when I make a project, I think that all that information that I have, that I've read, um, I can't take advantage in a better way when I'm doing projects. That I start understanding better the theory or why this theory works. Um, yeah, I think I'm a kinesthetic learner. Kinesthetic learner. Learners. I think kinesthetic. Okay, because more than half of population is visual learners, reading comprehension can be difficult for many people. Yeah, it can be. While reading is a necessary skill for receiving information, many students find it challenging to retain information. However, yeah, not it's only receive, it's only how can we retain. How can we retain all of this information? However, graphic organizers can bridge that chasm. That chasm. What is that? Chasm. Can bridge. Ah, ok. Puede unir, se puede. Se abisma. The very large difference between. Okay, esa brecha. Gap. I think it's like a gap. Like chasm. Abismo. Can bridge. Puede. Oh, bridge a gap. Reducir. Bridge the gap. The chasm, sorry. Bridge the chasm. By chasm, it's like a gap. Yeah, it's like a gap. Yeah, gap is down here. Okay. Okay, that's good. Okay, we're here. Okay. Graphic organizers for reading comprehension are visual aids involving shapes, color patterns to help a student comprehend the literature they encounter in their coursework. A variety of graphic organizers are available for students to choose from. However, it's best to consider what is being organized, studied, or analyzed before selecting a specific graphic organizer for it. Event maps and plot organizers. There are specific graphic organizers for struggling readers to help them better understand the events in the story, the conflict at the hand, and the plot that pulls all of those events and the conflict together. These graphic organizers include the plot. Most stories follow a narrative an artifact that begins with an introduction and leads to a conflict, rising, the climax, falling action, and finally the resolution. A plot diagram is a line graph that shows the intents of this dynamic at place. A student can customize with the specific expository details, action, climaxes, and resolutions they detect. Sequence. They are sometimes known as timeline. May resemble flowchart because information is organized in bubbles or boxes. And even maps. They depict who was involved with that event and what happened, and as well as where, when, why, and how it all took place. An event map is a bubble map because the information is presented in circles connected to each other. Character analysis. family trees. Show the generational relationships between family members. The character sketches. Though this graphic organizer can take countless creative forms, the main goal is to capture numerous details about certain characters. What do they look like? Where do they live? What are they feeling? What different roles are they playing in the story? In addition to composing a simple list of the answers to these questions. Students may try drawing pictures. Okay. Dialectical journals set up two column tables. These graphic organizers direct quotes or evidence about the character from the text in the first column. The student lists their own commentary or inference about these quotes in the second column. The latter may include thoughts or on why a character chose a certain course of action, how a character is relatable or not, and what feelings the character's action provoke. Picture the Venn diagram. Compare and contrast two or more ideas. Yeah. KW chart, WL chart is an abbreviation for know what they want to know and they learn. Using a piece of paper divided into three columns, students first write what they know about the text or topic before they are introduced in your reading. This information goes into the K column now. The W column is where they write questions about what they hope to gain from the text. Finally, students use the L column to collect the answer to their question from the text. Thematic organization. Yeah, that's interesting. So many ideas and support subordinate ideas that's brought them from them. Estimate the based on the subject. This is the Venn diagram. Corner notes and double entry journal. Comprehensive note taking is another way for students to unearth significant themes and big ideas and remember them. To use corner notes, students set up a piece of paper with two columns, a narrow column on the left and a wider column on the right. They use the larger space to take notes from literature, classroom, or other relevant source. The left-hand column is used to title the notes, various section, or devise potential test question. A box expanding at the bottom of the notes provides a place for students to summarize and document areas in which they need further clarification. Their corner notes will later become greatest in Cornell method or Cornell notes. Question rewards, regular notes, Q questions, main notes, summary, questions. And the summary. And that's great. Okay. Summarize and document the areas in which they need further clarification. Their coordinate notes will later become the great title for students since they can cover up the wider column bearing all of the answers to the major themes and questions they wrote in the left-hand column. Double entry journals combine dialectical journals and corner notes. Double entry and dialectical journals include two columns, one for direct quotes and the other for the student's thoughts and ideas. Like corner notes, this approach helps students process to and retain big picture ideas. Double entry journals have also improved students' vocabulary and collaborative abilities. Double entry. Mhm. Lesson summary. Graphic organizers are visual aids that help students comprehend their reading. Graphic organizers come in variety of forms for a variety of uses to help record and retain information about how events in stories drive conflict and plots. Students can turn to plot diagrams depicting the narrative arc in line graph form, sequence events charts, and even maps. Character sketches focus on the character traits. Dialectical journals collect evidence and make their own inference. Venn diagrams made up two or more overlapping circles comprise no questions on level of learn. Thematic organizers are merely used to score significant things and ideas. Corner notes and double entry are also used for this purpose. Okay. So we have finished. I know. Yeah, we have finished all of this chapter. So, in Spanish. Well, so I'm gonna start doing the practice chapter exam, but I will do it in another live, uh, another live where I can focus only on it, on the practice chapter exam. So I will stop it. Oh, let me see. I will stop it. Oh no. Let me see. Yeah. Listo, chicos. Entonces vamos a continuar en esta otra parte para concentrarnos netamente en el Practice Chapter Exam. Así que muchísimas gracias por haber visto esta parte de los videos.